Okay, we are going to start with some few concepts that we didn't cover until now about ASP.NET Web Forms, and then we are going to jump into ASP.NET MVC. Okay, the first part is going to be just those concepts. First of all, I'm going to cover the ASP.NET server side. I will share the screen. I think I'm sharing the just one the project. Let me check this. Um, share screen. Okay. So in here, yes, I'm going to cover the ASP.NET server side first. Um, what is this about? Is the objects that are inside ASP.NET that allow us to share some information or even work with the with ASP.NET page. We have mostly at the beginning when any request is made in our application, we usually do it by a request. So the request is an object that allows us to do the request actually just by hitting a URL and getting our page, the access to our page. Then there is the response object, which is the output that we get from the server is in a response object that is managed. So those two are maybe the most classical server-side objects that we get. So this request object obviously have many properties inside. We are not going to cover those. There are just mentioning the request and response. And there are other objects to storing some information that we may use in ASP.NET Web Forms applications in order to transfer some information between pages, which are the session object and the application object. I'm going to cover those in more detail, the session and application. So um, here we mentioned just request and response. Have this, sorry. Okay, I'm going to cover by an example of that. I'm going to create a new project. And I'm going to create ASP.NET session. Create. It's going to be still web forms. So what is the purpose of using the session? The session state is like is where we store like information that we use throughout all our applications. So in this case, in ASP.NET Web Forms, we are going to use it mostly to store, let's say, the user session, which will be the when the user is authenticated. We are going to store it in the session in order to make it available throughout all our pages. So if I create like a page here, like authentication, something like that. And then I create a user with a text box. password. Okay, a user and password. So in here, what will I try to do is like authentication. It's a fake one, obviously. And I'm going to just so in this, I will try to share some information. Let's say if I do the authentication, let's say that I verify my user or my password. In this case, it's only a fake one. Secret, let's say. The user, say I call it admin. So I will be able to authenticate. But how can I share that information? It's through our that special server object, which is the session state. So I'm going to store, in this case, which user I'm using. In this case, it's going to be the admin. The admin user. And then once I got the authentication, in this case, I'm going to redirect to another page. It should be I will say page out.aspx. I'm going to create this page.
Excuse me?
Yes.
In your if statement,
Yes.
you have two conditions. Do you not need to separate them with? Okay.
Yes. Yes. I just missed the, yes, maybe, yes, this with an operator in order to, yeah, I just missed that. Thank you. Yes. So here, new item. I'm going to create a web page. Should be first page out at. So in this page, I'm going just to show the user. I'm going to show a label telling me that my user was authenticated. So that'll be all welcome. So from the code behind, I'm going to recuperate my user. I'm going to put the session. We can store anything that could be serializable. So in this case, the session by default it returns an object. So is an object, but if we wanted just to cast it into a string, I put it just to a string. So because we know that the user that we store is just a string that identifies the user that we have. So in here, if I run this page, the authentication page, it's like a fake authentication because it's not really authentication. So in this case, we put it admin and the password, just to grab this one, is secret. So when we log in, we authenticated the user. We could do it like welcome, welcome. String format. In this case, I could put it like this. So admin secret login. Oh, I need to compile it first. Build. So it shows us that we were authenticated with the admin user in this case. So that was before other implementations with ASP.NET Identity that currently we use to manage our users. Before, we have to just grab the information inside session objects, and as long as the session object was like not expired, we were able to just browse that information or authenticate our services in the past. Right now, it's not recommended just use the session. It's only in cases that we don't have any choice. We can use the session objects. Even in the ASP.NET MVC, is like not recommended also because in ASP.NET MVC, um, it makes it not testable our application because the application we only test against controllers. So the controllers, if they have like an object that is external to the controller, which is in this case the session object, is going to break our unit test, and is not meant to. We are not meant to use the session in our controllers. That's is considered a bad practice in ASP.NET MVC. In ASP.NET Web Forms is commonly used in the first implementations. Then it was handled by other authentication services like ASP.NET Identity, even ASP.NET Web Forms. So but you're going to encounter some legacy applications using session objects in order to do the authentication of your users and any other stuff that the developers couldn't manage to just share that information throughout the application. But there are other ways to do it. Right now is not recommended, but it's at least to know how it was done in the past. So this is a session object. If maybe here I create, let's say, another page at web. If I create another page, second page at let's say I will and then I will try to just present the information, let's say reuse the session user mean got access to the second page. This case is not admin, is the session user. String.format session user. So if I run this directly, what will happen? I think that because I'm not authenticated, it didn't get the access. Maybe if, in that case, if session user is different from null, so I got access. If not, I can just redirect to our authentication page, authentication.aspx. So it redirects, and then we just put the user information. In this case, our admin credentials. I log in, it goes to the first page, and then if I go second page, it's going to just show me that the user was authenticated, so it got access to the second page. So I was able to share that information, the information from the session, into another page. So through our application is going to have access for every single page in our application. In the first page, if I go directly, welcome admin user, so is going to get access to that information from the session object. Also, in the past, it's not only, let's say, when I start my application, then every single user that connects to our application get access to its own session state by using cookies. Here, what is the session state? Okay, there is no the configuration. In the past, the configuration was right here. Maybe it's the defaulted configuration, but in that case, it was from the cookies. But now not now, but already you can also have different kind of um, management of the session state. Let's say that you are in a web farm. A web farm, there will be many web servers that share tasks in your application. So your application is distributed into many web servers. If is that the case, this model won't work, because for every single web server is going to manage its own session state, and that's not something that is good for us. So there is another kind of configuration in ASP.NET Web Forms where instead of relying to just one web server, we rely our session management into an external server. That external server is going to be like any server that we can put all the session information into that server. So every single web server in the web farm is going to share the same session state. So it's I will have something. I don't know. I just close it, but yeah. So we have two ways to just manage our session state in .NET. We have like from the web server or from another server that could be shared between many web servers. So it's going to be like an external session state. It's not like internal, just every web server responsible for its own session state. So maybe I will share after because I can share that code later, but you could do it in ASP.NET Web Forms, that kind of management. Instead of relying on in one web server, we can rely on an external server in order to share session state among many web servers. Let's say a web farm. Okay, that's about the session state. I'm going to create another page. I'm going to show you view counts, the use of an application state. I mentioned already that there is the session state and the application state. But how can we use the application state? Let's say that we have in our main in our application something that is showing the how many people are visiting our website, let's say. So I will create a label here. View count. So in here, if page is post back, what I'm going to do is there is another state object or server-side object, which is the application object. In this case, application. I'm going to mention like a view count. And from here, if is equals to null, I'm going to assign like view count equals 1. If not, I'm going to just increase by 1 the visits. So in this case, I'm going just to show in the label our current count. So in here, what I accomplish is like at the beginning, when we start our application, the application server object is available, and From there, we can just put some information in it. Those information should be serializable always. In this case, it's just an integer that I'm going to store, so it's serializable by default. And here I'm checking just if it's the first time that I use this application view count. Obviously, it's null. So when it's null, I'm going to initialize it by 1, which is the first visit in our page. And then if there is a second time, then we're going to hit that page by any user or any user session. So I'm going to increment by 1 our view count. Okay, so here I'm going to put page visits. So in here, if I run this page, there is an error here. Build view release. Build succeed. Failed. Okay, what is this? Trying to okay, build has to be in here. Oh, okay. Get this session. Okay. Okay, view count. The access to the application is by setting the value. So in here, if I start this, no. Maybe it's the type, object value. Still, sorry. String name, object value. View count. Okay, no. I know what it is. It's this one. Okay, so I ran it. Okay. Maybe I just put it. Save. F5, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I go to another browser, something, 6, or even Internet Explorer, when I run into another browser, is going to be another session. So it should be shared for the application object the same value. So enter 7. I go here, F5, and it's going to be 8. So in this case, the application object shares information among all the sessions of our application, and we are allowed to share that information through our application. So that's the use of an application and session objects in ASP.NET Web Forms. So do you have any questions about the application and session objects? No? Okay. So that's the example. I'm going to share that example later. So we are going to continue. I'm going to close this, and we're going to cover also the ASP.NET page lifecycle. What does it mean, the ASP.NET page lifecycle? And the ASP.NET lifecycle is when all the life cycle of a page in ASP.NET. So when the page starts until the page ends is or if lifetime. So how is is created, and then how is destroyed until the end of its lifetime. So I share two documents. Um, in I share a graphic also on Teams about it. So it was this graphic that, in a sense, it explains how how a page is is built, and is how is its life cycle in the page. So we start with when we hit the URL to get our page. So our page is like post in a web browser. Then there is a event called init that is going to be executed. Okay, just for initialization purposes in the server. Then we know that in ASP.NET Web Forms we use the view state. So the view state, there is another event called load view state, where all the data that we already have in our view state is going to be just filled. We put the state in the controls, and then there is the post back data event, where is going to be actually set the information to the controls. Then there is the load page that essentially we write our code mostly in ASP.NET Web Forms, where we put our, if you know, pages pulled back and everything that we essentially code is our like starting event for almost all the ASP.NET Web Forms applications. We don't necessarily code in the init because the init didn't get access to the view state, but in the load event, we get access to all the information from our page. So it's more likely to be code to be code init instead of the init. So when we get the load event, there is another event that we can also customize, which is the validate, where all the validations takes place in our ASP.NET Web Forms. Then, then there is the event. If there are anything related to events, I didn't use it. Honestly, the event, and there is the pre-render. So the pre-render, if we want to, let's say, manage differently the rendering if in our controls, we can code something in pre-render. We can customize, let's say, the rendering in our web controls even for the grid views and stuff, but it's not really something that we usually do in ASP.NET Web Forms. Then there is the save view state where all the data from the hidden fields are filled with the information. Then is the render, which is pretty much almost the end of the process of our page lifecycle, and where we're going to uh, give the response to the user. So it's going to be just the final rendering in our application. And eventually, when we go to another page, it's going to be trigger an event called unload, where all the resources that we manage into the application, we more likely to free it up. If we have something that has to be freed up from our web page, we need to code it into the unload event. So it's going to um, free those resources for us. And then the response is here, and the unload then again is another. We can also yes, we send to the browser the response. Is most likely from the render after to the browser, but I don't know why it's here mentioned. But this is more the page lifecycle of an ASP.NET Web Forms. All these events are called in order to just do some validations, or maybe to use the values that we already have in our web forms in the load page, and any other events that are called in order to manage the life cycle of ASP.NET Web Forms. Also, inside this page life cycle, there is not only the web page that is like manage some events in its life cycle, is also the controls. So every single control pass just also a life cycle. And is it gonna be when uh, the page is loading, is going to call also every single uh, life cycle for every single control. So every single control has its own life cycle in order to be rendered at the end with the render event for the web page. So also it passes for another life cycle too. So if we just, let's say, go to the project that we previously did, it was any project, ASP.NET validation, or maybe ASP.NET data binding. So in here, we have the page load event. What we have available in other events like init on init. We have other events like the render. So in here, let's say if I put some breakpoints in it, I'm trying to just run this web page. We know that this from this page we have like this button, let's say, it eventually will run. Okay, this is the init, which is the first event that is called. And here, maybe we want to initialize, let's say, um, some variables that are in our page, but not necessarily variables that are related to the UI. We might use it in the init method. In this case, let's say if I would like to check some values. Okay, the values are those values that maybe say continue, continue. Continue. Let's say if I put, let's say, A and do a search, it's going to call the init the init at the beginning, and then if I would like to check for the values, let's say if I do quick batch here, let me put txt criteria.text, enter. You see that there is nothing, even though we put some information in it. We put the criteria PA, but it's still not set until we reach the page load. If I go to page load and then ask for that kind of information, let's say txt criteria.text, enter, you see that the value actually has been filled because before the page load, there was an event called load view state, where all the data that we just managed in the view state, the data that we fill into our form was filled, so we are able to use it. So this is the ideal place where we need to use where we use our controls, the data that we put in our forms, because before that in the init event there is nothing set and that at that point. Then in the render method, let's say you see that here is a base render writer. And from here, if we want to do things differently, let's say we want to add something at the end of our request or anything, we could add it from here. So it's almost pretty much the end of the life cycle of our page, but we are still we can still inject some, let's say, HTML markup into our page, let's say a trademark or something if we wanted to manage by this kind of event. So it could be the right place to do it from the render. So here you got all the page life cycle of the regular ASP.NET Web Forms. So do you have any questions until now about it? So so this is pretty much that. I just shared to you a PDF. That PDF explains more in detail how the life cycle is um, eh, how the life cycle is. Let's say there are other kind of objects that we are going to use within a request. In this case, um, a usual object that we use, it is the HTTP context in ASP.NET Web Forms. In order to, inside the HTTP context, we have the HTTP request and HTTP response. So this object allow us just to use it. Let's say I want to create like a library to manage requests and responses in our ASP.NET application. So an easy way to code instead of relying only to HTTP request and response, it was like coding based on the HTTP context. So the HTTP context allow us to get access directly to HTTP request and HTTP response, even when you program that in a library, a different library, just to share it among all your projects. So you were able to directly get access to request and response. Also, you see that there are many other events involved in the ASP.NET application lifecycle, but we won't cover those. It's like not that necessary, for instance. So here there is a more detail about the every single event in our page lifecycle. We have the initialization. We have the load that we already covered. I'm sorry, where we get access from the information of the view state and everything. We have also the postback event handling, where we do validate our information. This is the place where is going to be set the is valid property that we already covered in validation in our ASP.NET Web Forms, where we just do a check if everything is like valid in our submission web form, even in server-side validation. Mostly in a server-side validation, because when we do purely client-side validation, we don't get access to the server directly, because all the validations relies only in the client side, so it doesn't even get the post submission into our server. But in this, whenever we do have server-side validation. And this event is called in order to set the is valid property to afterwards verify that everything is just corrected post. Then there is the rendering. The rendering is always customizable if you want it, and is accessed by a text writer where we can manipulate that object in order to, let's say, append some information into our page, or if we wanted to just write the controls differently. I already use in a past project that kind of event, the render event, in order to, let's say, um, add like um, or manipulate the header of our grid view. Um, and the grid view is going to present like differently the header other than the regular rendering that ASP.NET Web Forms provides. So it was just to just write something differently, the control, and is always useful to use it that way too. And then load is when we mostly need to free up some resources that we use. Sometimes in our application there are, let's say, third-party libraries that maybe need to free it up, um, not automatically. They need to be freed up manually. So if we don't want to waste those resources, we just code into the unload event, and the event, we put all the cleanup code inside there, and we are going to be able to just free out those resources. So there are, you can just have it those this just for your information in order how to the page ASP.NET web forms page are managed, or its life cycle. Yes. So until now is everything understood? Is there is some questions that you may ask? No? Okay. So if there is no questions, I'm going to start with the main topic, which is the ASP.NET MVC. I will just stop this presentation and just go browse. Uh, okay. Before starting to talk about ASP.NET MVC forms, I would like to know if any of you have some experience in um, any technology using the MVC pattern.
Almost no.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to start. Oh, back. Okay. ASP.NET MVC. The MVC mostly stands for three parts in the model, the views, and the controllers. Okay. Okay. In ASP.NET MVC, obviously, we can compare it against the ASP.NET Web Forms, and there are some advantages that that we are going to cover about ASP.NET Web Forms against ASP.NET MVC. We are going to create an ASP.NET MVC project from scratch. We know that mostly the template in not from scratch. We are going to use the template from Visual Studio that already has everything in it. Then we're going to use also the NuGet package management that you already maybe cover in Entity Framework. Just to add some libraries and just to get update until the last version of your libraries. So essentially, model view controller. The MVC pattern is not like something that is recent. It was a software architecture that was defined in the 70s. Okay. And the main purpose of MVC pattern is the reusability of code and the separation of concerns. What do I mean by separation of concerns is that every single piece of the MVC pattern has its own function, has its own task or treatment. Code reusability is that we just reuse, we can reuse, let's say we can just plug another view and maybe reuse already the code that we put into our controller using maybe the exactly same model. So if we just interchangeably change to another view, is like reusing the code of the controller and the model. So it helps us to do more code reusability. So the MVC pattern was originally meant um, to desktop applications, but right now it's mostly widely used in almost every single technology and also in ASP.NET. Model, what it does is a set of classes where we describe our data that we are working. So in the model, we can put some additional business logic, not the entire business logic in our application, but at least the validation rules that we are going to enforce for our data. So we can add by annotations some validation rules into our model. Also, the model also is going to be used to manipulate our data from our database, and it's just it's not significant in the MVC framework, but the thing is just is the classes that we manage or manipulate our data into our MVC application. What is essentially the view is the user interface of our application. So the user interface is going to be the markup, the HTML markup in our application. In ASP.NET MVC, the way that is managed the UI is by using a sort of an engine, an HTML engine called Razor that we are going to use in our applications. Also, there is something similar to master views, or let's say the master views is like in ASP.NET Web Forms, there was like the master page that there was like the layout common for all our pages that we can referentiate in order to not to code everything into our views. All the layout, it is like a template for our pages. So in this case, the ASP.NET-MVC, there is a layout views where we can put like the common UI from our project into the layouts, the layout views. So it's going to be common for every single page if we reference those layouts. Also, the views in ASP.NET MVC supports like partial views, which are like just a small set of HTML markup we are going to plug into our HTML page where we can manage. Even it's like a controls that we can manage. Also inside a view there is something called like HTML helpers that help us to just put few code, and then there is going to be like a HTML render behind it. So it's going to help us write our HTML views. So there is a there are many templates that dynamically generate a HTML for us. So the controller, what is the controller about? Is the main part of our MVC pattern. So is the one that we are going to mostly put the code in it because it holds the logic of our application, and is going to be the one that process all the requests or is going to manage also the models in order to just pass or manipulate our data to present afterwards into our views. There are the controller help us to do all our business logic, and is the one that is responsible to do our application flow. What do I mean by application flow is that if you want to, let's say, go from our one page submission to our list, this controller is going to do the redirection. So into our pages. So it's not the responsibility of the views to just do go to a different web page. It's only from the controller that we need to do that business logic to just control the flow of our application. And how can we do that is by calling our action, something called actions in the controller. So everything that every single method in our controller is an action that at the end is going to manage a result. The result mostly is going to be the render of our views, or maybe the redirection to another controller, or maybe just rendering particular information like in different formats like JSON and others, but is the one that is going to give us the result of our application. So what would it be the steps of an MVC application is when there is an incoming request, and there is a mechanism that is called routing that is going to route to a controller. That routing is going to instantiate a controller object in our server. In that that controller is going to manage the request that is made into our application. Obviously, from the request, maybe we send some information in a model. So it's going to manage that model in order to give us the appropriate result into a view. So the model is passed to a view, and the view transform the model, which is the data representation of our result, into a prepared HTML markup, which is the HTML. And at the end, the response is rendered in HTTP response. So far so good until now. Okay. So the user is going to do an HTTP request, which is a page that is requested. Then there is a dispatcher or the routing processing that help us to identify which controller we are going to call. Then there is the controller that we are going to is going to receive all the requests, and then the controller is going to just manage the model, which is the data that we send from our request. And then the controller is going to process that data and maybe manipulate another model or another result where we are going to render it into our view. So it's going to use like our model, the view, in order to render our interface, our UI. And then when the result is complete, when the rendering is complete, is going to be is going to go back to the client in HTTP response with our HTML markup that we just requested in our web page. So as you may know, MVC is not only used in ASP.NET, it's used widely in many different platforms like PHP, Java, Ruby on Rails, even JavaScript has its own MVC pattern that we use, and also ASP.NET MVC. So inside ASP.NET, so that is called ASP.NET Core. Inside ASP.NET, we have like the engine that is going to manage like ASP.NET MVC applications, ASP.NET Web Forms, and both technologies are using like all the set of ASP.NET, which are identity, the managed roles, the routing, and so there are many libraries that are available in both ASP.NET Web Forms and ASP.NET MVC that is part of the ASP.NET runtime environment. So both are going to be used by both technologies. So in order to just do a comparison between ASP.NET MVC and Web Forms, we're going just to recap about the ASP.NET Web Forms. ASP.NET Web Forms has some advantages. The ASP.NET Web Forms was stable and mature, and they were support. There were many third-party controls and tools that were developed inside ASP.NET Web Forms, so that they not necessarily be shared by ASP.NET MVC, but little by little over the years, many of those third-party companies that made controls for ASP.NET Web Forms, they already create controls for ASP.NET MVC. So before, at the beginning of ASP.NET MVC, it was like, okay, how can we reuse our controls that we just bought it from a particular company? But right now, mostly all the all the controls are like rewritten into ASP.NET MVC version. So there is no, it's not longer an advantage of ASP.NET Web Forms, I will say. Also an advantage or sort of an advantage of ASP.NET Web Form was that it was event-driven web development. So it was an easy way to just code your applications, because you just use it like a desktop application, double click on the control, and you get access to the click event, and everything was easy to program in that way. But there were some drawbacks in that kind of approach, because we needed to deal with postbacks, which is not a natural way in the web environment to deal with. It was only concerned for ASP.NET Web Forms application. It was it has not seen in any other technology. The view state also, it was cumbersome for us, because maybe the page was overloaded with information that we don't necessarily use, let's say. Oh, sorry. So the view state was only to keep the information in our web page, but it was its only function. Sometimes the pages take more time than usual to load, because the view state takes space into our web page, because it's something that is inserted inside a web page. And so if you have too many controls, is something that it was not good for performance. And we also that was one of the drawbacks. Also, there was a less control over the HTML, as you can see. You may see in our example of ASP.NET Web Forms. When we drag and drop, let's say, the grid view, do we manage the HTML, or it was just create for us that HTML? In that case, we know that it was like created. We didn't manage. We don't have the control of over the HTML. We need to tweak it in order to just change the HTML, but it was not an easy way to just customize our HTML, because everything was inside of our web controls in ASP.NET Web Forms, and we couldn't do much about it. And also, something that was really painful in ASP.NET Web Forms was like hard to test. Why? Because we just have like a the ASP.NET Web Forms. We put controls in a web page, and also in another part we put the business logic. But if we let's say wanted to test it, it was cumbersome, because we need to reuse those controls, and that was not an easy way to do unit testing in ASP.NET Web Forms. One advantage was that because it was like a desktop application, we could do a rapid development in ASP.NET Web Forms, but it was with its drawbacks too. So in ASP.NET history, we started to use ASP.NET Web Forms in 2002. And then the first version of MVC was in 2008. Then afterwards, there were some new improvements in ASP.NET MVC, and there was a version of a first version of Web API in 2012 that I will say that it's like a different approach to ASP.NET MVC. So there are some applications that use ASP.NET MVC entirely with Razor and with all the logic with controllers and everything. But a different approach is like just doing services like .NET Web API which is the services that will be consumed by JavaScript framework like Angular or other frameworks available. So in I saw many developments in ASP.NET Web API instead of having the user interface you do done in MVC, but all the concepts between MVC and Web API are interchangeable. So if you know how to manage ASP.NET MVC applications, the learning curve for an application built exclusively in ASP.NET Web API is easy and straightforward to use it. Then there was SignalR in 2013, where SignalR helped us to manage communication between not the client to the server, instead the server to the client. Let's say, okay, I have like let's say chat room. Our application should be a chat room, and maybe we would like to notify all the people that are in the chat room at once. So SignalR allow us to do the communication from the server to all the clients. So it's a way to communicate from server to client instead of client to server, that it was usually the case for every single application in the past. So in the same year, there was a ASP.NET MVC5 that we will mostly use now. And there are other versions right now, ASP.NET MVC, the ASP.NET Core call. I didn't put it, but we're going to cover mostly ASP.NET MVC5. So in ASP.NET, we have many different kind of technologies inside ASP.NET MVC. In one ASP.NET, we have the web forms technology. We have the web pages that honestly I didn't use it much, but they are called like a lightweight framework for dynamic content, but it's I have never seen implementations using web pages. Web API is widely used these days to develop ASP.NET applications, and is mostly a framework that help us to do like RESTful web services. You may ask what RESTful means. RESTful is like simple simple CRUD operations that are exposed into our web application as a service. Like, okay, a RESTful service mostly will get like, okay, one, let's say the get all method, or maybe the get method just to retrieve one information, the post method just to send information into your server, like methods that are that are mimicking also the HTTP protocol, but help us to manage like our model easily. So I can have for one particular model, I can manage with RESTful web service the insertion of the data into the database, the retrieval for all the elements for that model. So the RESTful web services are meant to do that. SignalR, as I already talked about, is for real-time client-server communication, which is not only the communication between the client to the server, is the server to the client mostly. So ASP.NET MVC, it runs on top of ASP.NET, which is a platform that supports many kind of technologies inside ASP.NET MVC, inside ASP.NET. It embraces the web. What does it mean is that it helps us to manage, let's say, SEO-friendly URLs, which are URLs that are more meaningful, are easily for the search engines to find, like structure structure URLs like how can I say, if I have a blog, let's say, the blog mostly the blog is by day, a blog application. So I can have an URL that instead of putting like an ID equals a value, I can just put a meaningful URL with the date that we want to retrieve the information of our blog. So there are more meaningful URLs. That's what does it mean SEO friendly URLs. HTML5, obviously, ASP.NET MVC was born with HTML5. So they trying to enforce also the use of ASP, the use of HTML5 markup in our web applications, and also SPA is called the single page application. So it's a way of programming our applications in order to have only like a main UI for every action that we do. So it's the single page application. And also we adopt the REST concept, which is the concept to manipulate our data doing CRUD, like insertion, deletion, retrieving all, retrieving one. So those services are available. So there are RESTful web services available. And also it uses the MVC pattern, ASP.NET MVC, where have its conventions in order to create your ASP.NET MVC application in order to make it work. So ASP.NET MVC has a tight control over markup. What does it mean is that we have full control of the markup. So we can customize as much as we can instead of just having in ASP.NET Web Forms that we didn't have much control about it. In ASP.NET MVC, we can just create our HTML markup easily. It is testable because instead of just testing over controls like ASP.NET Web Forms, we can test over models and controllers. So it's easier to test our ASP.NET MVC that way. It is loosely coupled. Loosely coupled is that there is no dependency among every part of our ASP.NET MVC. Is like, okay, if we would like to test just the controllers, we are not like dependent of the markup, let's say, of the markup of the HTML. We just use the models, and we don't need something. We don't need anything else in order to test. So loosely coupled is that there are no dependencies in that we need to add in order to maybe test our application, even write our application. convention over configuration. That yes, instead of just having too many configuration in ASP.NET MVC, we just do our convention how we structure our projects. Razor View Engine is going to mainly use for the user interface, and we can reuse our skills in C# because mostly it's going to be like server-side code using C#. We can use entity framework in order to manage our data access layer, and LinkU to do the queries, and JavaScript inside our HTML markup, etc. And is application maze. What does it mean? That it is not like separate scripts. Is also is within our application, like the code behind that we have shown in ASP.NET Web Forms, but in this case is mainly in ASP.NET MVC is going to be a server-side approach. ASP.NET MVC history, a little bit of that. I won't cover that. So separation of concerns. Separation of concerns because each component has on one responsibility. So the principle that it has is the single responsibility principle, which is the model has its own function, which is the data that we just manipulate in our application. It has nothing else. The controller it manages the business logic and has its own responsibilities, which is managing the control flow of our application. The view it only it only manage the rendering of our application. So every single piece of the MVC pattern is has its own responsibility. So is that why it complies with the single responsibility principle. Also, the don't repeat yourself principle also is it complies with that ASP.NET MVC. Because we can reuse code or we can reuse, let's say, our view, we can just plug another view and it's going to work without any change to other components in our ASP.NET MVC pattern. Also is testable, so it follows the test-driven development. So we can create unit tests over our ASP.NET MVC applications easily, and it will help us to do unit tests. Also, it helps with concurrent development. So while someone is working on the views, somebody else can work on the controllers, and it won't break your application. So it will the separation of concerns is pretty clear, and we can just manage that the development of the application. It's also extensible, so it could be extensible like we can use interface-based architecture. What does it mean is like we can develop against interfaces, not user interfaces. Is interfaces, as you may know, is part of the oriented object programming approach. That interfaces is kind of contracts or contracts where there are signatures how things can be done in your application. In that case, we can use that kind of architecture. This kind of architecture help us to just plug and unplug things. If I program against interfaces, I can, let's say, replace an entire part of our application and plug another one just to test, because it's not like tight on the actual objects, it's tied onto the interface that we create. Also, we can also extend our ASP.NET MVC applications by creating filters that we will cover after. We also use the VNGs like Razer. We can create like view helpers that will help us to not to code everything every time that we need to just do our markup. We just create our view helpers, and then we can plug like a controls our view helpers in order to do the markup for us. Those helpers help us to create our markup for us. Okay, custom data providers, yes, ADO.NET and others. As I mentioned before, they are meaningful URLs that we can now control over our ASP.NET MVC application. So REST like URLs like products update, products update, like, okay, I can update, it could be products update /1, I will say. It will be, okay, update the product which ID is 1. So you can have more meaningful URLs that do some operations or on your on your web application. Also, we can, let's say, have a blog application where we can identify a particular blog by its date. Let's say, okay, blog 2013-128. So I can retrieve all the blogs that are related to that particular date. If I want to retrieve only the blog that was in for that particular date and particular title, I can create like a meaningful URL to that. So it's more readable, easier for people to just or even for the search engine the search engines to just grab that information and find the information inside your URL more easily. So it's friendlier to humans, like in ASP.NET Web Forms in the past. We put it like a URL like this, product.aspx question mark cat ID equals 123, which is not that human friendly. Instead, now you just put a meaningful URL like products.chocolate, let's say, and is easier for search engines to find the information. Is also easier for whoever would like to go get access to your particular web page to just put a bookmark on this product chocolate, and you will get instantly all the products related to chocolate items, something like that. So it's friendlier to web crawlers, which is the search engine optimization. So we already passed this. So this in particular is ASP.NET MVC. You request like you do a request in your web browser. The web server gets that request, then it's passed to the ASP.NET routing engine. The routing engine is going to instantiate the controller, which is our C# class, and then it's going to use the model that we passed the information from our request, and then it's going to just use our model that is sent from the controller to the view engine in order to do our rendering using Razor. That's the way how ASP.NET MVC is using the MVC pattern, which pretty much likely the same thing that we already mentioned before. And then the response that could be an HTML file, whatever file we want to just output, or JSON or whatever. So creating an ASP.NET MVC, we're going to create an ASP.NET MVC application. I'm going to close, I'm going to stop this, share content. I'm going to share my screen. So I will close this solution. And then we are going to create like an ASP.NET MVC application or project. So in here, we choose the same thing, ASP.NET Web Application. Next. I'm going to put first MVC application. Create. Then instead of being a web form, it's going to be an MVC. And then I'm going to create the MVC application. So we can run this application. This application comes with the template of Visual Studio that already does many things for us. We didn't even write any single line of code for this application. So here we have our first web application. We can click on the home button, the about page, and the contact page. So as you notice, if I click on the home page, okay, if I click on the about page, it has like a meaningful URL, home about. If I click on contact page, same thing. So this is an advantage in ASP.NET MVC. So I'm going to present that in the ASP.NET MVC project. So here, what do we have in our first MVC project? I close this. Okay. How an MVC application is done is by convention, by conventions. As you can see here, you have three folders. I have controllers, I have models, and I have views folder. I have three folders that are mainly created by convention. If I change this name, it's not going to work our application because it expects to have these three folders with that name. So this is the way that is done in ASP.NET MVC. Then the main part of our application in this case, or the startup point in our application, is the routing engine. This is the routing that is made in our application. As you can see here, we have home about, contact, home contact, the pages that we show, and in here, this follows like pattern for our routing. Here, every time that we hit our URL, in our URL, the first part is going to be the controller, which in this case by default is home if I put anything in it. Then there is going to be the action. The action by default in this case is the action index, which is the default action that is like the landing page for us. And then this third parameter in here is like an URL, an ID, which is not necessary in this case. So for every single URL that we put in our application is going to be handled by this routing engine. So if I put home index in this case, home index, enter, is going to fill that information. So the controller is going to be home, the action is going to be index, and the optional parameter is going to be the ID without any value. But let's say we can put another thing. Let's say student, something, student index, enter. What happens is that there is telling me that there is going to be this resource was not found, so it's a 404. Why? Because here when we put the student, or maybe just a student, what did expect is a controller called a student controller. If I do this, like create a student controller at, I'm going to stop this first, at controller, empty controller, at, and I put like a student controller. So I have the student controller. If I directly run, let's say our application, I can, let's say, put a student in here. Slash student, oh, doesn't work. Student, enter. Here, there is another error. Why? Because when we just created a controller called a student, so the routing engine was able to identify which controller he needs to pick in order to make it work. So I put a student, so it will try to go to the student controller, and it was the case, but I didn't create any view on it. That's why here is complaining about the view. He looks for any view, let's say a view with ASPX or XCX, or any view like CHTML, which is from Razor. This is looking for views like ASP.NET Web Forms view, like .aspx file, or others. And we need just to create the view in order to have some output from there. So if I close this, how do I create our view? Just right click here, add view, just an empty view. I will just put the default values. Here by default it says use a layout page, so it's going to use just the default layout page that we have in our application. I will show you after what is that layout page. I will add it. And here I can just say this is the student web page. This is student web page. So sorry. So in here, if I run again my application, this is the student web page. As you can see, by default, if I don't specify our action, enter, is going to land by the default action, which is index action. That is here. Let's say get a student. So this is the index action, which is by default, and is going to just render our view that we already created in our views folder. So we didn't see how Visual Studio just create that. It has like also a naming convention. So if you have a view, the naming convention is going to be by the controller's name. So, and then every single view that you create in it. Because I didn't specify a name for this view, here how does it get the name is because the action is indexed, so the view is index HTML. So it gets the name of the view, which view we need to render by having which name of the action was executed. So, but also we could put something different. Let's say add view. Like say I put like I will say index 2. Okay. I'm just creating a view. This is a second web page, second student page, let's say, save. So in here, this was our first. So let's say if I want to just run the second and put like index 2. Save. If I run this, it takes a while. Let's say I put a student. Oh. And this is the second student page. As you can see, from our controller, we can just specify directly the views that we want to render. Okay, we can specify the views that we want to render. Or if we don't specify anything, it goes to the default view, which is the view that is calculated based on the controller name, that the action that we just executed. So far so good. That's the way the routing works. Obviously, this routing is pretty basic because not all the actions that we have in here, or not all the controllers are going to have like a controller action ID. There are some actions maybe that needs more parameters to work, or even a different kind of logic or redirection. So this is the base one, base redirection for our views, for our routing engine. Sorry. So those routes that just we manage here, because this is for all the routes in our application, are from the app-star folder route config. Okay. And that's that's pretty much the entry point, the main entry point of our application. So if we explore in this case the controller, the home controller, in more detail. As you can see, the home controller has many action methods, I will say. Those action methods are always return an action result. That action result most of the time is going to be like a view, the return of a view, but it could be a return of anything. I can, let's say, okay, if I want to return, let's say, a file, and there is an action result for the file, to return a file. But mostly we are going to use for views, which are regular views in our application. There are HTML content inside in it. Also, in this home controller, as you can see in our example, the home controller, if I run the application again, the home controller manages different actions. So for our application, we have many links that which are the about link and the contact link. So all these three actions are managed by the home controller, and they render different views. In this case, because I'm inside the home controller, here, home, I have three different views. I have the index view for the I have the index view for this index action. I have the about view here for this about action, and I have the contact view for the contact action. So as I explained already, the view by default is is going to be calculated based on the name of the action. So about and contact is going to go to the about view and the contact view. Also in ASP.NET MVC, if we would like to share some information, let's say we have like a special object called viewBag. In here, viewBag, where we can put some data structure inside of it, and is going to be shared into our view. Let's say if I go to the about view, you see that here there is a title inside the viewBag title, and there is also viewBag.message. So viewBag.message, we actually change that value from our controller action by just putting viewBag.message equals the value that we want just to show in our view. This view bag is mainly used for user interface purposes. It's not really a replacement for our models, because for me, I won't recommend to use view bags, overuse the view bags, because those view bags are only for the UI purposes, are not for the manipulation of our models or the manipulation of our views. Is mostly for UI. Is mostly used for the UI only. So this is so far this concept. We can add, let's say, in our student index, I will create like a model, add new item. Is going to be a class, Visual Basic class, which is student. Okay, class student, add. In this class student, I'm going to create a property name and another property called distribution. Okay. So in here, I can get access to those information. Let's say that we have a controller that shows a particular student. It's in here. Return view. We'll create another action for it, I think. Or maybe the same. Yes. So in here, student. Let me public class student. Yes. Student controller. So I'm going to import using dot models. Student equals new student. Name equals John Smith. Institution Abbott College. From here, I'm going to pass the student there. Or maybe we will pass like student. I'm going to create another view. Add view model, maybe edit model class student. use layout, view name, I will say student, and I will add it. Okay, that's not edit, but okay. Okay, so where is this student controller? Okay, the student controller, I'm going to just here, if I hit on this. So what it's going to do is like present like a form with the addition of a student. So here we are using our model in here, and we pass our model to our view. In this case, I create a view student, and we pass the model to our view. So it's going to show if I do slash student, enter. As you can see, is just filling the information in every single is filling the information in our view. Let's say index student. I just use the scaffolding technique in ASP.NET MVC. ASP.NET MVC in Visual Studio, the way that you can just create like user interface like this is just by right click on yes, it's just by right click and creating you choose the model and just create all the user interface for you. You don't need to write down um, a lot in ASP.NET MVC. Obviously, if you want to customize your application, obviously you need to just write it down this code, but for educational purposes, only we can just do a scaffolding and we will be able to create our interfaces like this. So is it's an easy way to do it in that case. So as you can see, ASP.NET MVC is pretty much straightforward in the way that is working. So in here, I only just instantiate like an object, which is our model, and just pass it into our view, and it renders the view. Obviously, we can we can have many more complex objects inside our controller, and then we can create just a particular view for that specific model, and we will be able to just render the results in our web page. So it's pretty much easy or straightforward, and even you can just customize it easily because this is student HTML. If I don't want this markup, I just remove it, save it, and then refresh the page, and it's going to disappear. So it's even if you, let's say that somebody is working on the UI, okay, but not everything is just determine what are the fields that do we need to use or something like that. So they can just create like a part of the UI. Let's say I just remove this one because we are not quite sure if it's going to be there. So if I refresh it, the application doesn't break. Instead, if we just create that an ASP.NET web form application, if we just remove web controls, the application will break because it's really tight the user interface with the code behind. I don't know if you get that idea. Yes. Yes, the idea is that for us is like a separation of concern, just the way that is implemented the ASP.NET MVC, because we just create or work on a separate on separate teams, the user interface, and another separate team, the business logic, and it will easily be integrated, and it won't break the code for us. So it's really a good thing. So that one is that little example of how is managed the controllers. So in here, also we have in ASP.NET MVC by default, in this case, something that is called bundle config. As you can see, we just got the template from Visual Studio. We didn't write almost any code at all. So, but the Visual Studio template comes with some support from the client side, which is this section scripts. As you can see, this application comes with a Bootstrap and jQuery. Okay, Bootstrap and jQuery, and in order to have like a optimization on the rendering of your web application, because every time that you add, let's say, an script, JavaScript in your application, you know that the one JavaScript file could be like even 1 megabyte of code, or is going to impact on your performance, the JavaScript. So in order to make it more in order to make it more performant, the application, we have access to something is called bundle. Bundle means we just add we just create just one single JavaScript that in our case might be minified, that is going to help us for the performance. So in this case, I have a bundle by default in the ASP.NET MVC application, where we have the jQuery in it. We have the validation in jQuery also, and we also have Bootstrap and our CSS that also are weight something in our application. So every time that we just run our application, is not gonna be like 4 scripts or something like that. It's gonna be only one script to one script file for everything in order to help us for the performance in our application. We're going to see in the source in the HTML source code. So here, okay, here is many, because it's like in debug mode. So we have separate scripts and separate CSS, but if we run it as in release mode, Release mode is like running it for production. So already deploying to a web server and more compact in that way. If I just click view page source, oh, it doesn't work, the bundle. Userland version, okay. Web config. The bundle didn't work. Okay, I will check that out because I thought it was by default in the bundle, but the idea is that a bundle is going to append many scripts and many GS files into one in order to make it available for production to for performance. So it's going to help the performance of our application just to get the minify versions and to bundle everything into one single file. So is that how it works? Okay. I will let you know after the break what was the missing configuration to just make it work the bundles. So okay, something else in here is in our application. I already mentioned that there is a starting point. That it was the routing process, but for any particular application in ASP.NET, just before ASP.NET Core, so in ASP.NET Web Forms, ASP.NET MVC, there was a special file in your applications called global ASAX, as you can see here. If I go global ASAX view code, this global ASAX is the starting point of your application. So every time that your application starts, it's going to define some configuration in it. So in here, as you can see, is registering our filters. By default, filters we are going to cover later on the course. Also is registering routes, which is our route configuration that I already mentioned. If I open this, which is this configuration that we are going to customize after also. And then the register bundles, which are the bundles of our scripts and CSS that are going to be minimized and put in one single file. So this is the starting point of your application. So every time that you want to some modifications in the configuration of your ASP.NET MVC application, you might use this application start. So it's the starting point of your application. Okay, so I will come back or maybe, okay, 11:20. Maybe we do a break right now. Yes, because it's a lot that we cover. So we come back at the usual time at 12, or maybe it's 11:20, but we can come back at 12.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So see you then. I will check for the bundle configuration. Okay.
Thank you. See you.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Are you there?
Yes, we're here.
Okay. Your daughter is in there.
Yes, today she stayed at home.
Yes, it's a March break. Okay. Okay. We will continue about the class. Is everyone there? I will check. Yes, apparently everyone's in there. Okay. Yes, we were about yes, about the bundle config. I found the configuration that it was missing. In order to make it work, we need to put something like bundle table enable optimizations equals true. In this case, I use the compiler variable debug that determines if we are on debug mode. So we are going to compile this part of code. If we are not on debug mode, we are going to compile this part. In this case, I wanted to show you the bundle. So I put the project into release mode. So if I start the project, okay, continue debugging. If I start the project, if we look at the source code in the HTML, we will be able to see that these are the bundles. We have a bundle for the CSS, another for this JavaScript library, and the two other ones into these bundles. I already mentioned that it was like one file, but it's one file per bundle. So what does it mean is in here we have like many bundles. So we have a bundle for jQuery, we have a bundle for this JavaScript library modernizer, and we have a bundle for Bootstrap and a bundle for all the CSS. So if we check on the content, because this is a bundle, it has to be like a minify, something a compressed version of the file. So you see that there is no white space and nothing inside of it. It's just a minify. And also, if you look at the jQuery, it has to be that way too. So this is the minify version. If I go back, let's say into a debug mode, which is for development purposes, I will compile first. And then start the project again. You should be able to see that the files, the script files, JavaScripts and the CSS won't be minimized or compressed. Even it's taking more time. So if I go back to the page source and I check for Bootstrap CSS, it's everything with the comments and the white space and the page breaks. So everything is not minified. So it waits more for the page. So the page is going to be like a little bit slow than the minimized version, the minify version. So that's That's how it works, that kind of configuration of bundles in ASP.NET MVC project. So I will close this, and we're going to come back to the presentation that I just left off. I will just stop this. I will browse the file. Yes, where were we here? It was like the creation of the ASP.NET MVC projects, obviously. Here, do we get? Okay, what are the tools that we use mostly in an ASP.NET MVC application? We're going to use Visual Studio 2019. The .NET Framework is going to be .NET Framework 4.7. The web server is, maybe we have a newer version, which is a IIS 10, but you can also use a previous version like 8.5. And Microsoft SQL Server, that could be a local DB that, or Express that we use. So everything is managed by the Visual Studio installer, and it will install everything for you. The technologies that we are going to use mostly in ASP.NET MVC application is going to be C# using concepts of OOP, unit testing. We're not going to cover in this course unit testing. If we have time, we can. Async is just another way to
Sorry,
program our controllers.
sharing your window or just the whole? Are you sharing the whole screen or just the window? Because I only see the Windows Explorer.
Okay, okay. I will check again what happened. Sorry about that. Okay, okay. I'm sharing the presentation.
Now we see just your face.
Yes, just a second. Are you able to see the presentation? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It's kind of rendering. Just a moment because it takes a while. Okay, where were we? It's kind of slow sometimes. This okay. Yes, I was mentioning about the tools. Oop. It's taking some time. The network is kind of slow for this. Okay. Yes, I was explaining that the tools mainly we use is going to be Visual Studio 2019, and the IIS version could be from the IIS 8.5. We currently are in, I think, IIS 10 or more. And everything is going to be handled by the installer, so we just check the tools that we need, and so it's going to install everything for us. Mainly in technologies involving the ASP.NET MVC are C# mostly. We use some concepts of OOP because everything in our applications are classes. So it's going to be widely used OOP in our applications. Unit testing, we won't cover unit testing in this course, but if we have time, maybe I will consider some unit testing. Asynchronous actions, maybe, but there is just small changes of our current controller actions just to make it asynchronous, which is gaining performance in our controllers just to do it asynchronously. ASP.NET, obviously, HTML5 because MVC support from the very beginning, HTML5 and CSS. JavaScript that we are going to cover in MVC is going to be jQuery and Bootstrap. AngularJS we won't cover, but I could manage to just have an example of an ASP.NET MVC application with that framework and AngularJS. We are going to use Ajax, but using jQuery. The Ajax is going to be from jQuery. Single page apps is a technology that maybe is a kind of development that we are not going to cover in this course, but it's just simply to mention. Maybe I can show you also an example of that. Databases mostly is going to be Microsoft SQL Server, but I think some of you told me, okay, what kind of relational database we are going to use SQL Server, and you already have some experience in what was the database you were working in previous courses?
We worked in both in MySQL and SQL Server.
Okay, so if you would like to do it in MySQL or just to practice, yeah, I think it's pretty transparent on the way that we are going to develop our application. It could be pluggable easily, just another way of working with the database, because we are going to use a entity framework that is on top of the relational database. So for the ORM, which is the object relational map, is going to be entity framework and LinkU for the queries on the database, and entity framework is going to be like our framework to manipulate data. Obviously, Web and HTTP is covering ASP.NET MVC. So the new project, that's all screenshots, but mostly they didn't change much the application. The application is the application template from Visual Studio 2019. And just to recap of what we have seen so far is that in an ASP.NET MVC project, we have sort of a naming convention in order to work in this technology. In order to make it work, we need to define like a folder controllers, a controllers folder, where the name of our controllers has to be like the name and a suffix controller.cs in order to identify that kind of file as a controller. So every controller has to be like a student controller, video controller, or video rental controller, something like that. So it's going to be like a naming convention. If you do it differently, it won't work. It has to be that way. So and for the controller actions, a controller inside the controller, we're going to have many actions. And for each action, we are going to just can associate a view, which is a default view that is with the same name of the action that we define. In this case, index is going to be like a view named index.chtml inside a home folder inside the views folder, which is in here, home index chtml as view. Then in our MVC project, we have the content, which are all the all the CSS that are going to be used in our project. So is that just the static content that we can manage? So it's like that. The JavaScript files are going to be inside the script folder. The view templates is going to be inside the views folder. So for every single controller, we're going to define like the views by the name. Let's say here account home folders are the corresponding folder for the folder views for our views for the account controller or views for the home controller. And there is also there is also a special folder for the views called share. What is the meaning of that folder? Inside of that folder, we are going to have something called like our master page is our layout. Our layout that is common among all the pages. So in that layout CS HTML is going to be like the template for every single web page that we have. Obviously, it's not limited to only one layout for our entire application. We can create as many layouts as we want. Just we need to specify it specified in every single web in every single view that we are going to create because an ASP.NET MVC application doesn't work as single pages. It doesn't work as a entire whole page that you're going to create. It's like the views is maybe the views can be the view for the entire page or it can be a partial view. Also inside the share folder, there are going to be like our partial views. As you can see, the partial views are login partial, CHTML, and error CHTML in here in this presentation. So that those partial views are mainly used just to have something that is shared between something that we can share in many in many other parts of our application. So this is a login partial and error CHTML. So we are going to go back to our Visual Studio. I will share the screen. Okay, I think the screen is. Okay, so in here, in our project, inside views, we have this share. We have the layout view inside of it. As you can see, the layout view has our template for every single page that we have. Let's say here we have the title, we have the body of the page, we have our links, every single link, the link for the home, the link for the about, and link for the contact, and we have this. We have a special HTML helper. This is an HTML helper, which is render body. Render body. What does it mean is this layout. We're going to use it for every single view that we have in our application. So our view, let's say the about view, has to the about view is going to use by default our layout page in order to have its own presentation. And this part that we see here, use this area to provide additional information. So the content of our all this markup inside of this about view is going to be replaced when we render the page into this render body. If we just run this, let's say the about, I'm going to start this one. Okay, so if we run this about, if I go to the source code, all of this, as you can see here until here, it corresponds to our template, our layout. As you can see here, is all of this from here to here. If I go to the page source, you see that is everything in it, but the part that we just customized in our view about, it was this part. If I go to the project, I go to the about, and it's this part that we customize. So you can see this part was plugged into this render body. And then when we here we have some in our layout view, we have like this HTML helper called scripts, which is going to render our bundles. So in here we have the bundles jQuery, because we already defined the bundles jQuery in the bundle config. This is the name of our bundle, okay? Bundles jQuery. And here is going to render the bundles jQuery, also the bundles bootstrap. So if I check that in our HTML, you can see that it render the bundle jQuery and the bundle bootstrap in it. So this is how, by using these HTML helpers, we can referentiate scripts in our application. But there is something else too. In this case, we have a render section defined. And what is this render section about? This render section is, we usually define render sections in order to reuse it afterwards in our views. Let's say here, you define render section scripts, and this render section scripts is not required. Here is not required. When it is not required, we just don't need to use it or referentiate the render section here. And is that that render section is only used if we need, let's say, to add more libraries. Let's say that for any particular page, let's say the about CHTML needs to have, other than jQuery and Bootstrap, other JavaScript libraries to use. So we will define a render section inside about CHTML in order to use other JavaScript libraries. So I think there is no example, but it was, yes. So so that's how we use the layout CHTML, and this is shared among all our views in our application. Also, you notice that this layout CHTML start with an underscore here. It's like underscore layout CHTML. This is also a naming convention. If we want, let's say, create a partial view, you need to start with underscore. An underscore allow us to create a partial view in our application. So okay, I will close this. I will go back to the presentation. Okay. Okay, the demo how to debug an ASP.NET MVC application, make some changes. We already did that. Also, you already know how to add some libraries, external libraries into your application. I will cover also that for the ones that don't remember maybe. Yes, there was a few years, no, already years ago, there was a need to more easily manage our libraries in .NET. So the way that Microsoft just got the idea to manage the version of your libraries was by creating something called NuGet packages. So in these NuGet packages, you are able, let's say, to referentiate external libraries in your application. I think you already covered that before. In here, we see that we already have some libraries already referentiated in our application. Among those libraries, we have Bootstrap. You know what Bootstrap is? It's a CSS. It's a framework in CSS to.
Sorry, we don't see the screen. We only see the PowerPoint right now.
Oh, okay, the PowerPoint. Okay, sorry. Yes, I will. Okay. So I will get back to it. So in our application, the way that we manage some or references our libraries is by using something called NuGet package. Those NuGet package, it has been a while already that in .NET applications or even in Visual Studio, we use those NuGet packages. It helps us to know in which version we are and maybe when, let's say, we copy our project into another machine, let's say, just give us easily access to download the 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 libraries, the external libraries that we referentiate in our project. So it's an easy way to work with external libraries in .NET. In this case, for a first MVC application, in the template already have some libraries that are referentiated in our project. Among those libraries, we have Bootstrap. It help us in our look and feel. The CSS is a CSS framework that has some functionalities also and is dependent on jQuery. We have jQuery that has been really for a while a JavaScript, not framework, but a JavaScript library that help us to write JavaScript more easily than in the past, not using directly the DOM. Instead, it's a short way to do things in JavaScript and is widely used in many projects. that jQuery for a specific ASP.NET MVC application comes also with jQuery validation. So when we are going to do validation in ASP.NET MVC, we're going to use a jQuery validation for it. There is also another special library from jQuery also, but it's not from jQuery exactly. It's something developed by Microsoft called Microsoft jQuery Unintrusive Validation. And this is a special library, JavaScript library, that helps us to do validations using Ajax. So we know that many websites, or most of the websites now, are like dynamic. We just don't wait for the responses, or we just need like the validations done it right away, or maybe pop up on a screen or something, or the validation being dynamic. So in that case, this library, Microsoft jQuery Unintrusive Validation, will help us to do it without working much on the JavaScript, because this kind of validation is going to add like markup, like attributes in the HTML elements, in order to identify, okay, which kind of elements we need to verify, and it's going to inject dynamically the JavaScript necessary to do the validations. We don't need just to program all the validations or the dynamic validations by hand using jQuery directly. We just need to specify a few things, and it's going to work easily. Then there is another also library by default added into ASP.NET MVC, which is the Newtonson JSON. Is to manipulate the JSON content in ASP.NET MVC application. We know that most of the projects in ASP.NET MVC, even for the new ones, the ASP.NET Web API, and are really using this kind of library in order to easily manipulate JSON in our application. So we are going to use that too. And that's all these libraries are configured in a special file called package.config that you can see, that has the name of the package and the versions that we are that we reference those packages for Bootstrap 3.4.1, and which one is the target framework that we are using, because we know that in .NET application, it's not necessarily that we are like we can just mix the .NET the application that are made in a particular .NET framework can be like referentiated into another framework. We can use, let's say, libraries that are from .NET 4 inside a application that is in .NET 4.7, but we can use libraries that are made in upper version of what we are doing. Let's say I can referentiate, let's say, if there is a .NET Framework 4.9 and the library was in that framework, we can referentiate in this project, because the project only goes until .NET 4.7 in this case. So it's harmful to know that. So that's the how an MVC application is made. This is the web config, we don't have much configuration in this. The only thing that maybe you will change it or don't change it in this one is like here we have the version of the version of the ASP.NET MVC web pages that we are using. And also there is a particular configuration here, which is unintrusive JavaScript enable. So by default, we enable the unintrusive JavaScript. If we put a false and we are trying to work with this unintrusive JavaScript jQuery scripts, they won't work because they need this kind of configuration in order to make it work. So it's that way. Then there is other like the assemblies that we use in this application that are referentiated with this project, with this template. Yes. Somebody has some questions about it? No. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to create a new project. We're going to like sort of practice a little bit this MVC. I'm going to create a new project. I'm going to okay. Create. It's going to be MVC. Create. Okay. I'm going to create like a calculator as an example. How do I proceed by? First of all, I'm going to create like a model that will hold the data that I'm using in the calculator. So I'm going to create a new item here. Right-click models, new item. And it's going to be a class. It's going to be calculator. So I will add. So in here in the calculator, I'm going to create properties like operator 1. Then operator 2. And then operand. So in here I have our model, and then I'm going to create like a controller, add controller, which is going to be an empty controller, calculator controller, add. So from this calculator controller, We just in here I will create also a view, add view, MVC view. And from here, I'm going to use the model that just I created, which is here it specifies, okay, an empty model if we don't want to use a model, but I would like to use a model which is, no, it's not the model. This is the template, sorry. Empty without model. I'm going to put edit just to use the model. Calculator. Here it says reference script libraries, use a layout page. We're going to use the layout page. The script libraries we really don't need to use. So I will add. Maybe I will adjust this to our particular example, I will say. So in here, we don't need this link. And I will just run it just to see what it looked like. Okay, it was calculator. So we have operand 1, operand 2, operand, and save. I will change this to be like calculate, something like that. And this operand, we don't want it just a text box. We want something like a drop-down list with the operator that we want to use for these two values. So I will change also the labels from here. So here I will close this. So first in here's to manage, let's say the label, because we just seen that the label it was operator 1 without any space. So I will just change it into our model. Display. Real quick. Well, doesn't work it doesn't work the IntelliSense in my case. I will need to specify. Let me recap the annotations because I don't remember the namespace. I was just relying on the on the suggestions from the IDE. I don't know what doesn't work. Why it doesn't work in this one? This will be the same problem in here. I think this one I use some. System component model data annotation. Okay. Okay. So in here, if I put display, I'm going to just override how is display. Let's say operator 1. Here, operator 2. Here I won't change it. So in here, if we just run this, no, something is wrong with my Visual Studio here. System component data annotations operator. Okay. Description. Oh. As you can see, there is a space in it. So I didn't need to change the view. I just changed on the way that it was annotated the model, so it reflected in the in my view. Even if I change, let's say that these both are required or the three are required, is going to I can just put it into my model. So in here, that this is required, these three are required, and is going to be changed also. Let's say require. Require and require. Maybe it will run without debugging. Start without debugging. Make it more faster. So if I go to the calculator, and here comes this. What is didn't apply. I think they might require. I will start again. I will put a, instead of landing on this one, I will try to change my routing here. That my default controller must be the controller calculator. I don't need that ID, but I will leave it that way and run it. So in here, if I click on save, it doesn't look that it's going to do the require. Okay, I will check why it's not just enforcing the validation, because the validation is already in place when you do the scaffolding in ASP.NET MVC. When I just created from the template in ASP.NET MVC, it adds to you this code. Let's say this is the calculator index. It adds the validation summary here, and it adds also this validation message and everything. So it has to do the require already, or maybe I need to recreate this one in order to make it work. I will try that later on, but okay, in here also it says, okay, we have two operators, but we need to put, let's say, a sort of a drop-down list in here. So instead of using these helpers, I can also use the regular HTML for a drop-down list. So I can create like select option group, no, option. So value plus, and then label is going to be sum. In here, when I define the select, I need to specify the property that I'm going to use. In this case, because we have in our model the property operand in here, so I need to specify the ID and the name as operand, and the name operand. So if I get rid of all this and try to add the other operations, so in here, I will stop this and restart it. Oh, okay, I need the the label. I just removed the label too, sorry. Operand. And then I will put the other div. I think there is a div that is. Okay, so in here, what do I need in here is I already have the values and everything. I didn't pass anything from my operands in this case, so I have nothing here. But in order to do the operation, let's say I will change this button to calculate, just for the GUI. And I'm going to create like the result page. So I'm going to create another page. Calculator, add view, MVC view. And here I'm going to create like result. And here, okay, I'm going to use the, okay, I'm not going to use a model because I'm going to just print the result by passing just a simple model, let's say a simple value. So I will just add this one, result. The result of the operation is yes. Here I'm going to close this. Okay, so what do we have in here? We have the two operators and the operands. So we just need to we need to create like the code to just post this information. In order to post this information, I will need to create another action, not just the action that we have in here in our controller, because this action is just to get into this page, but we need an action in order to receive the values and in order to just get the result at the end. So from here, what I'm going to do is create another action result. I'm going to name it maybe a result. Okay. And here, this action, I'm going to put it like an HTTP post. Okay, sorry, it's not going to be a result. It's going to be index, because we have for every when we get there, when we get here, we have the index HTTP method that we are using, because we just referentiate this page by using the get method. But in order to post from this very same page, we might need to implement the HTTP post for the same action. So in this case, I'm going to implement the post method for this one. So for the same index. So I create HTTP post. I just need to verify if this works still because build failed. Okay. It's always that way with this. Sorry. I need to find the. I don't remember quite the. Okay, it doesn't say that. Okay. Sorry. Something is wrong with my. Okay. Return null. Maybe it's already covered, but I didn't return anything. Build fail. Doesn't even get the error list. No error. Okay, I will continue with the code. Or maybe somebody can help me with the proper reference in here for the HTTP post because my Visual Studio doesn't work. Hello? Yes. If you can help me with the reference of the HTTP post. You try to add in any MVC project this annotation. If I click with the HTTP post and then quick actions and refactorings, it should mention what could be the reference for this class. Okay. Okay. So in here, when we have the HTTP post, in this case for this particular class, so we need to receive something. In this case, we need to receive the object calculator. Using MVC sample 1, models, calculator. So in our calculator, we can do the switch calculator dot operand, which is case for the sum, case for the subtraction. Oops, sorry. Case for the multiplication. And case for the division. I'm going to put it into a result. So in this case, it's going to be result equals calculator dot operand 1 plus calculator upon operand operator 2 maybe at the end I'm going to convert it.